Aya flatte yoko. Aya flatte yoko. Oh, sorry, the microphone's on. I was practicing. Sorry. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm trying to figure out those Icelandic words. Jona, were you listening? Aya flatte yoko. Aya flatte yoko. I hope I got it better. Oh boy, should be close. Jona, let me know if I was very close. Welcome, everyone. Anyway, was it good, Jona? That's the important part. Hiya, flatla yoko. And I found out that it's actually 3 words put together. It's that hard one. And now I know why the... yes, you are awesome. Thank you, Jona. Oh, I tried to do that. That's a volcano that spewed the ash. Yeah, Yoko. I found out that it's actually 3 words put together, and this is the difficulty that I always had. So, I guess Aya is island, and Fjetla is mountain, and Jökull is glacier. So I hope I've got it right now. Jona, what do you think? She's covering her eyes and rubbing them. Oh boy. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where we are trying to learn to speak the secret language of Icelandic. Oh, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. That seems to apply to the entire island. Yep, thank you, Jona. You know, I'm trying, honestly. The worst part is I found out there's a bunch of different definitions. Now, I know the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, they had a code name for Eyjafjallajökull, and they called it code E15. And the reason they called it E15 is because they could not pronounce it. So they took the first letter, and of course E, and then the reason they call it 15 behind it is because there's 15 more letters behind it. So, Eyjafjallajökull. And I know I'm still a little bit off there, but at least I'm giving it a better shot than I had before. And I was practicing last night. So, if you can't pronounce it, you can just go E15, and we know exactly what it is. That's the way the U.S. Army did it. So, pretty cool. Anyway, glad to have everyone on here, and of course I'm just taking notes here. I forgot to write down who was first, but I know who was first, and it was Fluffy and Hermione. So Hermione and Fluffy are going to get the cookies. Hermione and Fluffy. There we go. I typed that in. So, yep. So if you can't pronounce it, E15 is way, way easier. You bet, Sue. There's the cookies for. Oh, I forgot. I have to add a little thing for Fluffy. Okay. There's one for Fluffy. Just so Fluffy has one too. All right, there we go. And you sunk my battleship. Oh, yeah, E15. That works really easy. Well, I mean, if that's the way they want to do it, I'm going to rename the entire map. Oh, and I bet you I won't have one the same. They'll all be different. I guarantee that. That's awesome. Anyway, welcome everyone. Yeah, I hate to say it, it's a slow day in the volcano world. And you know, other than finally being able to say Ayafyet La Yoko, which I'm probably still a little bit off, I'm still doing well. The Martian has landed. Uh-oh. And Mars, they don't have Ayafyet La Yoko, they have Olympus. At least on Mars they named it properly. Olympus. I can pronounce that, no worries. Olympus Mons. So that's the big one on Mars. That is awesome. Anyway, yeah, good to have everyone on board. And I'm just trying to get myself over to the Hawaii thing. Where is the Hawaii thing? Oh, there it is. Yeah, we don't have a very good view of Hawaii right now, unfortunately. I'll pause the video here. Actually, yeah, we'll just pause it for right now, and let you look at what it looks like there. And of course, that is the West Pond. It's still very rainy, stormy, yucky, and whatever else there. So not good vacationing weather if you're going to go to Hawaii. Maybe go somewhere else for right now. But Hawaii, I bet you in a week will be great again. So, yep, volcano gray. It is the color of a choice. Let's take a look. This was the earlier shot, yeah, which is no better at all. Let's see. Yeah, that gets that shot in there. This, of course, is the south camera. Let's see if it looks any better. And well, a little bit. We do see some stuff. Let me get rid of the other banner here. There we go. We still don't see any new fresh lava over in the southeast pond area. We do still see it's quite empty. I don't know if that's actually new lava around that central vent or not, but that's what it looks like. We do have a smoker over here on the east side, so I hope Two Pineapples isn't having any flooding from all this rain. Two Pineapples is located on kind of a hill, so I don't think they're going to get any flooding as per se. At least I don't believe so. They've got fairly good drainage there, so that's all right. As far as I know, I mean, I've seen some of their videos and stuff out in the yard there, so I don't think they're going to have any flooding issues. This one, of course, self-explanatory. You couldn't see a thing, and in this screen, of course, you still can't see a thing. So let's go to the next one, and of course, this is the little pond there. Well, that is our west pond, and that was from at 3:20 a.m. Unfortunately, not a very good view. Let's refresh it, see what it looks like now. Well, there you go. A lot of steam in the area, and unfortunately with their bad weather, it's really not doing a heck of a lot of good. One thing we do notice in this shot, though, it is looking like with the rain and everything, we're starting to get some heavy plating building up within the west lava pond here. So I don't know if that's, well, it's partially because of the rain. We do still see quite a bit of steam coming from the edge down here, and we'll take a look at the thermal right away and see if there's anything more coming. But that's a little suspicious still, because we've seen it flare up there before as far as lava coming out. Aloha to Kathy, and glad to have you on board. Silversmith also in here. Good to see you. Anyway, we're going to say hi to everyone in a second. Let's just peek at the thermal. Again, this one was from 5:40 a.m. Their time there in Hawaii. If we refresh it, and we'll take a look, and that's kind of the thermal right now. You see how hazy it looks, And of course that's because of all that steam. You do see a little bit of fresh lava there, and some stuff that's cooling fairly quickly. And as I was saying, it looks like it's actually starting to plate up a little bit because of the rain cooling it off. Looking down at the bottom here, we don't see anything really new. We do still see some glow points. That is telling us there is hot lava or magma underneath there. And that's kind of what we're seeing. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of what we've got going on. But really nothing too special. And of course that picture is so bad that you can't tell what it's doing. And wow, yep, that is fuzzy. I'm going to give you guys a little heads up here. Okay, our volcano for today that we're going to go try to guess, and you don't need to guess now. Please don't guess now. We're going to do the guessing after bacon seeds. Okay, but I'm going to give you a heads up while I say hello to everyone. I'll leave it on the screen because I know some of you did not see the thumbnail that I chose for today. So I will give you guys a fair hint this time around. And I'll say hello to everyone now. So welcome to Tom, Dice, and Pepper, and aloha to Kathy, and Grandma B, and Henry Nelson, and Mars 2028, and Hermione and Fluffy, of course, who got the cookies and the mouse. And Sandra Rockland is here. Welcome. Scott Hartman also on board. Silversmith, welcome. Going up the list, seeing who else is here. Michael Olson, welcome, and glad that you got it. And yeah, the I Fiatla Yokel joke there with the E15 is what the U.S. Military called it, and I think that is pretty cool. Anyway. Let's continue on here. Perfectability 999. Brian is here. Welcome. Sue Hayes also on board. Welcome, Sue. And don't guess at what it is yet. I don't want you putting that in the chat yet. You guys wait till later. Yona, of course, is here. Yona from Iceland. And she is astonished that I have been able to say that I Fiatla Yokel a little bit better today. So better than E15. I'm trying. It's sometimes not so easy to get that out. Guten Abend, Klaus from crazy Germany, and welcome. Kevin Williams also here. Mariano also on board from Brazil, I believe. Yeah, let's see, still going up. Kevin Williams, we got Henry, we got going up, looking for more other names, and I'm not seeing too many. There's actually a few less people here today. Don Arnold is also here from The Rock. Don, aloha. And Bill Kimmel on board as well. And I'm all the way to the top, so it didn't take long. And that is pretty cool. One fish, did one fish make it in here? I could swear I seen a fish. Oh, there's one fish. You're invisible. Why are you invisible, one fish? Oh, you're one of those. Are you a jellyfish today? Yeah. Anyway, don't anybody guess what that is yet. I hope that you didn't figure that out. I didn't know there was more than one kind of banana. Oh, Henry. Oh, hang on. That's a chocolate bar. Oh, Henry. There's actually 4 different species of banana that are classified as bananas. But we're not talking about plantains, we're talking bananas now. Tiffany is also on board. Welcome. I got 8 bananas. There's about 5 or 6. Oh, well, we're not talking about those other bananas. We're talking about real bananas. Greetings from Denver. Thanks, Tiffany. And I think we're good for now. All right, I'm going to hide the hint, and we'll put it back onto the other volcano for right now, since we can almost see it, and we almost see some lava too, right over there. Hang on, where's my my hamster's not showing up? Fix that hamster. There it is, the little spot of lava, and here, and oh, a new crack there. And the plating that I'm talking about is happening over here. You can kind of see it's building up. So I don't know if it's going to end up not flowing over there anymore because it got too thick. So pretty cool. Authorities said the aircraft had to be 300 to 350 meters from the crater. Yep. Yeah, that's basically 1,000 feet, Tiffany. So, yep, heavy rains in the past washed down the volcano debris, triggering mudslides and flash floods. Ooh, we don't like flash floods. Those are scary. Anyway, that's it for what we've got going on there right now. Not a heck of a lot of good visibility. I mean, even in our old tow area, we can barely see it. So it is there. Tiffany, I thought you're in Denver. Are you in Denver, or are you out in Hawaii? And John Raper saying good morning. Good morning, John. Denver, Colorado. Let's see, what else we got going on? Let's go over to Iceland, and I'm gonna put us onto the Icelandic screen as soon as I can find one. Yeah, I think I found them. Apparently it's raining there, and yeah, let's go to Iceland. There we go. And that, of course, is the city of Reykjavik, and that is, of course, the capital city of Iceland. Perlincam, yep, you bet. And that is one of the Perlincams. There's a whole bunch up on top of that roof, and that is all good. And you can see the beacons going by up top there. That, of course, is the "Don't Hit Me" beacon that lets the aircraft know that are over at the airport. This doesn't look that great, but I mean, you know, we go back, it doesn't matter where we go back to. It looked like it had rain all day, honestly. Still some snow on the ground, so it can't be that warm, but the raindrops certainly did show up. If we go back, we can actually go back all the way into the morning today. The YouTube is allowing us to do that. And that is from 9:13 a.m. You do still see some snow on the mountains. The rain has not washed it off yet. We do see a ship out there. That's pretty cool. And lots of snow still on the ground. If we go ahead a bunch, we do still see that snow, and likely some snow and rain. Yeah, it's snow and rain mix right there at about 2 p.m. roughly their time. So let's put that one back on live. Let's go to the next Perlin Center lookout shot here about 10 hours ago. And this is looking at the airport, and you can definitely see it was snowing, and possibly rain mixed in with that snow. So that is what they were seeing at the regional airport, and the yard there, or a grassy area around the Perlin Center being all covered in snow. And of course there are magic rabbits hiding in the woods here. And yes, there are rabbits in Iceland. We have proof of that. We know they are there. Anyway, let's keep going. Cynthia, welcome. Good to have you on board. What I'm dying to guess. Silversmith, hold your tongue. Hold that silver tongue for now. I know you're dying to guess. Everyone is. Let's go back and see if we can see anything. And the reason I say see anything, this is what it was like about 11 and a half hours ago. They definitely were getting a mix of snow and rain as well. And when we go back and we finally see something, that's about 7.5 hours ago. And lo and behold, snow. So all over the place. I run mountain rescue out of a resort. Cool, Tiffany. And let's see if we go a little further ahead in time. That is what it was looking like there in our wonderful Iceland. Typically, that snow mound back here that you see, well, kind of see, that is Katla. And Katla, of course, is doing its thing, and I don't see a heck of a lot of it. Let's carry on, and if we put that back to live, all you see is the few little lights down there, and that's it. Going over to the harmonic tremor charts, let's take a look there, and we'll see what we've got going on. I got to get myself onto that screen. I want to refresh it, even though this one is close to being up to date. And there we go. Now we're right up to date. And when we look, we did have an upward trend and back down, and some shakers in between here, some little spikes, some big spikes, and it looks like we are on somewhat of an upward trend. I always like that. When we see it going up, that's nice. It's always nice. But anyway, not that much activity happening there. We don't see any big earthquakes like what we did yesterday. So things have quietened down again. And let's go down and take a look at, see if we can find the next ones. Grindavik might be back online. I don't know. I didn't check. This is Grimsey. Grimsey, of course, went up and back down again. So that is the most northern point there, really, in Iceland. Well, it's not even on the island. It's its own little island, and we do see the activity there, very close to the fault up there. And the Grindavik chart is still broken. We asked Alex to go over there and kick it, and he, I guess, hasn't made it over there yet. And let's take a look at the Kristofik one and see if we can find anything out from that chart. And where is it? As soon as we find it. Kristofik, where are you? You are here somewhere. There's the Kristofik. So up and down and back up on an upward trend. And since that too is on an upward trend, I'm tending to believe that that may be tectonic rather than magmatic activity, and that we are seeing at Eruption. You never know. It could be a little bit of both, though. So let's leave that one be. I want to go back up to Askja and see what Askja looked like. And I know I'm saying that a lot better in Icelandic, Askja. So we do see a bunch of tremors around the area. And that looks pretty awesome. But it too went up and back down. So you want carrot cake? Oh my God, I'm going to get hungry for carrot cake too now. Stop that, you guys. I want carrot cake. All right, earthquakes. Let's go have a look at the earthquakes. Last 24 hours, we had a total of 48 showing on our map for Iceland. And let's take a look at what we've got. So looking out here, first off, this is the Reykjanes Peninsula, Reykjavik right there. And of course, you've got the Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarðvík. And then, of course, down here, Grindavik and the Blue Lagoon. And I'm going to try to figure out how to say the Blue Lagoon in Icelandic as well. Bláa. Bláa? Lanoid. Okay, never mind. Blue Lagoon right there, you guys. And of course, that's the power plant. So I'm gonna try that later. Gonna learn, try to learn an Icelandic word, one a week, I think, is probably safe. Anyway, all those quakes we had out here, and they all seem to have dissipated and disappeared. So this is what we're looking at right now. We do have a one. Hey, Wonky Donkey Trevor, welcome. 8:21 in the morning, and we had a 1.83, 10 kilometers down, still that same depth. This other one, 8:21 as well, 1.1, 8.4 kilometers down. Then we get onto the land right near the lighthouse, and we have a 1.26, 6.1 kilometers down from 11:51. And then we go past our wonderful Grindavik, and we see the outline here. This shape that, of course, is the area in between here is Frægðarfjall, and Frægðarfjall is, of course, where our wonderful Ragnar is, and of course we also have the Siggy Fisher, and I know those are really good Icelandic names. And Bob used to be buried here too, or still buried. Bob is a good Icelandic name too. Anyway, we did have 1312. We did have a 0.47, 5.6 kilometers down there for that one in our Frægðarfjall area. And makes you wonder what is going to happen underneath there. Then we move on. This is Krisvik over here. And we see from 1018 we had a 0.94, 4.4 kilometers down. On the eastern side of the lake we had a 0.91, 5.7 kilometers down at 2:25 a.m. Then we get up over here and we kind of go, what the heck is going on? We've got a bunch of small ones. 9 minutes after midnight, the new midnight, that's in the future, 0.2, 5.2 kilometers down, then a 0.5 from 4 minutes after midnight, and that was 5.2 kilometers down for that 0.5, and a 0.8, 5.2 kilometers down from 2340, 0.9 from 6 minutes after midnight, and that is a 5.2 kilometers down, and a 0.4 from 1:45 a.m. That's just about 24 hours before, and that's also a 5.2 kilometers down. And from 10:38, 1.37, 3.7 kilometers down. Another bunch of new ones. Nope, 22:40, almost at the midnight hour. 2.1, 5.2 kilometers down. Sorry, I said 2.1, that's dyslexia. It's 1.2, same as the other one. 1.2, 5.2 kilometers down from 23:48. Next one over, a 0.96, 7.5 kilometers down from 1605. And behind that we have a 0.5, 6.1 kilometers down from 1528. And then we've got a 1.38, 5 kilometers down from 202 in the morning. And then we've got a 1.1 right there, a 0.6 of a kilometer down, or 624 meters, if you will. 14:52 was the time on that. Then we get to this one, a 0.85 from 5.8 kilometers down from 1311 or 1:11 p.m. And 1:06 p.m. we had a 1.02, 11.5 kilometers down. Then we got this guy here, 0.83 and 9.4 kilometers down from 1205, and a 0.61 from 7.1 kilometers down from 1424. Sliding out a little bit and taking a look down here by Eyjafjallajökull. There it is, Eyjafjallajökull, or E15 as the U.S. Army describes it as, is 0.82, and that's 242 meters down, and 1557. Oh, I'm not going to live this down. Eyjafjallajökull. I gotta love it. And you know, the thing that got me yesterday when I was doing that so well, what, I hope you weren't bullied with your learning disability growing up. No, I don't have too many learning disabilities there, Tiffany. It's just trying to speak that Icelandic language is something that is pretty awesome. And it is one of those things. I, no, I know you were joking. It's all in fun. Put it this way. Okay, I'm originally from Germany, so that is one of those things, and I hope you understand that. So learning to speak English was indeed a very, very bad thing for me, trying to understand how the English language is structured and put together. And of course, that was difficult, right? And then from there on, being bullied a lot because of not speaking English well. I did learn how to pronounce things fairly well in the English language. Unfortunately, and then trying to speak in different languages, it is difficult. Learning some Russian and things like that is pretty tough. Yeah. Michael is a U.S. Army brat. Okay, no worries, Michael. Anyway, let's carry on, and we will look at these ones. A 0.95, 135 meters down. 16:14 was the time on that one. Then we've got a 1.13, 135 meters down as well. Surface quake. So that is at 8:39. And then we've got this one here from 8:41. Surface quake as well, and that is a 1.85, and that's of course at the Cat Lab, and that is one that we're not able to see very well today. English is hard to learn. Yeah, there, and there, and 4 and 4, and the list goes on. Some of the other fun things that come along, and of course, the first dictionary I had was actually a U.S. dictionary, and of course, a color, COLOR, and color in the English language in Canada is COLOUR. So every time I wrote color, I got a spelling mistake. Difficult, eh? Never had any problems with math, though. So math is something that couldn't change, and no language barrier there. Anyway, 6:48 a.m., 0.3, 2 kilometers down for that one. This one, 0.6, 2.5 kilometers down from 21:30. And of course, that is Grimsvötn. And then we go over to Bardabunga, where we had our actually, hang on, let me pronounce that correctly. Bardabunga. No, I messed it up. Bardabunga. Bardabunga. There we go. Bardabunga. That's more Icelandic. Anyway, 0.41, 4.2 kilometers down, 1:55 a.m. And then we had this one from 1926, a 1.6, and that is a 2.1 on the scale. Then, what happened to the big quake? That's kind of what we are wondering. Looking over here, on the way over to Astja, we do have two small quakes. 7.8 kilometers down for this 0.44 from 1622. And we also have this at 9:11 a.m. 0.55, and it is 6.6 kilometers down. Then at Askja itself, well, let's grab this one just to the north of the caldera. 0.49, 1.1 kilometers down, and that is 12:15. Then we've got this one here, 2141, 0.46 in magnitude, and that is 4.4 kilometers down. Underneath the mess here, we've got a 0.73, 3.8 kilometers down, 21:36 was the time on that. And then we also have a 0.28, and that is 2.9 kilometers down from 22:59. So we're not seeing anything really coming shallow here yet, and that is always the interesting part. And let's see what else we got. Right around Hedebreit, and we do have these, a 0.55, 6.2 kilometers down from 6:19 a.m. And then we've got a 0.73, 10.9 kilometers down from 8:28. Then we've got a 0.56, 6.2 kilometers down from 8:22 a.m. And it's a time for a break. And we will grab this one, a 0.47, 2.2 kilometers down from 1:37 this morning. And we'll catch those other ones on the north side of Hedebreit after the break, and we'll get the rest of them as well. There's really not that many, so we'll take a look at those and finish up with Iceland. And time for a Pepsi. It is. Tiffany says, and a heater. Well, I can skip the heater, but I'm doing the Pepsi part. Heaters aren't that good. They're not that tasty. Anyway, it is Pepsi time. Let's go over here. That doesn't look so good. Let's put the canned lava back on. Of course, this is canned lava from the 19th, 15 minutes after the midnight hour on the 19th. So we'll let that play, get some good music on there. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting that like. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, do consider subscribing. That would be awesome. And has anyone heard from Arizona Snowman? Yes, Cynthia. Heard from him this morning. Well, actually, he just sent a link over. But he's doing okay. He's resting. And I'm sure he's hiding in the background here somewhere. So let's not get him all excited. Let him just stay calm and rest and do his thing. So Tiffany, he had a very, very high blood pressure and had taken himself into the hospital. Actually, his wife took him, and he spent the night in the hospital, and he is back out and back at home. They got his blood pressure back down, and it's all good now. So I'll let him rest and be good, and don't panic him. Anyway, hit the like button, and don't forget to subscribe. And by the way, just to throw that in there, the channel is not, or well, the stream here is not monetized, just so you know that. So you should not be seeing any commercials. And we'll do the guessing after the next break. I will put that back on for a little while so you guys can have a good look at it. Anyway, don't go away. I'll be back. And there we go. The microphone is back on. And welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board. We missed you, Dr. Fox. Thank you, Cynthia. And thanks, Mars and John Raper and Sue. And welcome, Scott Hartman. I didn't say hi to you earlier. Glad to have you on board. Wonky Donkey, what? Oh no, the doc is back. Run for your lives. Poppet chasing him. No, a Poppet chasing. But Wonky Donkey, we heard rumors that you got Colin Deadman's car, the brand new wheels that he's got, and apparently you put it up on the blocks and stole the tires. Is that true, Wonky Donkey? Were you in England? Did you take his tires? We did have evidence of that. Well, at least we didn't catch you in the act, but we had evidence of the theft of the tires. Just trying to get that image up here, and I know I've got it here somewhere. Where did that go? It's that nice, beautiful red Mazda that he got, and apparently somebody stripped the tires off of it, and yeah, it was one of those things. I think I got it. Let's see. Where the heck did that go? We have the evidence here somewhere. Let's see. I don't see it right off the bat. I know it's here somewhere. Red car. Where'd the red car go? There's a couple. I've got a Gremlin. Anyone wants one of those? We'll find it. I know it's in here in the folder somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's under miscellaneous documents. So we're wondering, is that's your handiwork? Not saying. Yeah, well, at least you had the courtesy of putting it up on cinder blocks. So that is all good. And that is awesome. But still, it's not a good thing. You know, he gets a brand new car or gets new wheels. And I don't see a carrot droppings. I thought that's what those things were in the foreground there, just right by the cinder block. Isn't that part of a carrot? But anyway, we'll leave that alone. Oh, all good. So, boy, yeah. Oh, okay. I just got an email here. And Piggy, welcome. Of course, I knew it had to be Piggy because she would sneak into the chat while I'm looking at the email. She always does that to me. She'll email me, and then as soon as I'm not looking, she comes into the chat. Welcome, Piggy. And hi, a phone woke me up. Okay. Well, that'll teach you for sleeping. Anyway, yeah, I'll mention what the email was about, and we'll go there real quick. Tajikistan just had a 7.1 earthquake, and we want to show you where that is. And 7.1, it's not showing up on this map as of yet. Let's see if the other map has it. And we'll take a look and see, is that it here? No. No, it's not showing up yet. And that must have been a very recent one there, Piggy. We don't see it as of yet. So, yep, we'll take a look for it in a few minutes once they get their stuff updated. But Tajikistan 7.1 is the size of that earthquake. Happened at 5:37 UTC, and that is what is it? 283 kilometers southwest of what is it? Kashgar, China, and That is fairly a large quake, Tajikistan. So thank you for reporting that one, Piggy. And all good. Anyway, I didn't say hi to, oh, and that other thing's going off now. Yeah, I didn't say hi to our moderators at all today yet. So I do want to say welcome to the moderators. We'll put us back here for right now. And thank you, moderators, for being here. We typically have Arizona Snowman, and of course we've got a Piggy and C&D Boy, and then Gary 24/7 Live. He said Skies, and who else? We've got. Sometimes we have Lucas Snow as well as Joseph Fields, Texas, in here, and they usually do a fantastic job working on the stuff, so I do appreciate them. And thank you, Piggy, for popping in and doing your thing. I know you were sleeping so nicely, but hey, the phone will do that to you, wake you up all the time. And hopefully you are okay there. And for those who need to know, there is one bunny eating in the dome. I can see him, sort of. It's big. They're all fluffy bunnies at this colder temperature. They are doing their thing. Anyway, let's take you over to our next. All good there? Good. I'm glad to hear that. No buffering here. And I'm looking at my bit rates, and bit rates are pretty steady on both machines. So not seeing any issue right now. At least hope it's just something local in your area, and that should clear up. Anyway, this, of course, on screen 33 minutes after on the 19th of the west vent there in the lava pond in Kilauea, or West Lava Pond, if you will. And that is archived footage and all good. Let's go over to our next place of call, and of course that will be over here. Let's make that look a little better. There we go. And of course that is in the Azores. Wasn't that great of weather there in the Azores today, and we are on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, São Jorge, if I said it correctly. Anyway, Irish Monk, I didn't see him yet, but he would correct me if I did it wrong again. Anyway, that is the Harbor Lights down on the bottom, one of the small towns there. And you see the lights of Pico Island off in the distance, and a little bit of Fayal Island further on there. So that's all good. Let's go to this shot. Of course, we are getting here before midnight, so their time. We can see some of that white water in the bay, and it's always nice to see that. And of course, and that looks like oh, that's actually the shot we were looking at earlier, and this one will be the bay that we look at, just to see how much white water is in there, see how rough that ocean actually is. And the Azores being out in the middle of the Atlantic definitely get some big waves, and they do have some stormy seas. And as you can see, I wouldn't be taking a little boat out there right now. Those waves are slapping in there pretty hard. Not too much activity on St. George as far as earthquakes, but let's make that a little bigger. We'll go to this one. And I did take a look earlier, and there were 2 quakes. I'm going to refresh that, see if we have anything more. It does not appear to be anything else in there. And well, let's go up there a little bit. There we go. And if we zoom in slightly, you can see there is St. George, Pico Island, Fayal Island, Tercel Island, and of course we have San Miguel over here. And we see this one 15 hours ago, 2.4. If we click on that, it should give us the depth, but it is going around and around. I don't know if that's going to work. Let's try the other one, 2.5, 20 hours ago. And yeah, it doesn't want to give us the info either. So let's just go down here. 2.4 is 2 kilometers down. 2.5 is 10 kilometers down. And that's it for the quakes in the Azores. So we'll leave that be. Let's go over and take a look at what's happening at Popocatépetl. I gotta find my screen here. And there it is, hiding behind the Pepsi glass. And that is a little bit bigger. That's kind of our sunset shot at 18:55. I did get that 5-minute warning. Thank you, Tom, and appreciate it. And let's go back a little bit. Not too terribly much activity from this one today. It was smoking a fair amount during the course of the day as far as little puffs. Again, nothing major. And as you can see right there, that's what we've got going on. You know, nothing serious. And then of course we had the cloud in there doing its thing. Let's see, right here's another shot where we see a little bit of a puff coming out at 13:40 and 13:41. And that changed. Oh well, while we're here, let's look at this one at 4:58 a.m. and definitely be able to see that there's lava in there lighting up that gaseous mass that's coming out. So looking not bad. We'll go the other way around since YouTube doesn't love me today, and we'll go this way. Getting a further 8:20 a.m. we do see a little bit of a gassy output, nothing major, and it really wasn't doing a heck of a lot. It did try to carry on with, you know, continually putting out plumes of gas, but we didn't see any major eruptions today. So I did a check earlier and it just wasn't anything there. Let's go over to our next one, and of course they restarted the stream for our wonderful Fuego, which is in Guatemala. And Fuego, of course, is, let's see, can we even find it? Well, earlier in the stream, we did see a couple of puffs coming out, and you can just see the tip of the volcano above the clouds, and some very heavy black ash coming out. And I don't know if it just looks darker today. By the way, somebody left their mouse on the screen. My hamster is going to chase it away. No, it won't work. Okay, never mind. I don't know if it looks just really looks really dark because of the lighter color clouds, but that's all we've got there. And there was another one a little earlier before that as well. As you can see, it was doing that a few times with the gases going off there, lots of tephra, and you can see that it is continuing to push out. So that's all we've got there today, unfortunately. And the cloud level being right at the top of the cloud level being right at that 12,200 feet is pretty awesome to see. Anyway, we'll leave that guy there, put it back on live. That's it right now. Next volcano, of course, is further down the Central American area, and this is Masaya. That is in Nicaragua. You can see pretty much down to the floor of the caldera. You can kind of make out the area where the lava would be sitting. Unfortunately, we've got a lot of smoke in there. But you don't want to fall in there. That is pretty much straight down a vertical cliff. So it's one of those things. Piggy, are you going back to sleep? Mutt's on a recharge, so we'll join them. Good night, Piggy. You get some sleep and take care of yourself, and we'll see you later. Gonna refresh this and take a look. And unfortunately, with all that gassy material coming out, it's hard to see, but that is their little lava plume down in the bottom. It is time for me to take a break. So, yes, thank you, Cynthia, saying a Pepsi time, then bacon seeds. Then we get to guess what volcano that is. And don't guess yet. That is after the bacon seeds. You can let me know which volcano that is. And spoiler alert, Sue knows which one it is, because I had to tell her she's disqualified from the game today. I had picked this one out earlier, and then she sent me something, and I had to disqualify her. No, oh mummy of hamsters, no guessing, and no, it's not Fuego. Yeah, I know, Sue. It's horrible. It's horrible. But I still have to chuckle. All right, we will go back over to the lava pond. I'm taking that break. Don't go away, you guys. Hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Also, please subscribe if you have not yet subscribed. That would be awesome. Unfortunately, we did have to turn on the 20-minute delay there for any new subscribers, and that is due to some ongoing harassment that's been happening from certain individuals, and we took care of that business. So all good. Anyway, I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. go. A microphone is back on. And, oh, Sharon Stewart, you were just a little bit early there. Good night, Hermione. Please get some good sleep. And everything will be fine tomorrow. So relax and get some decent sleep. Pet Fluffy for us and all that nice stuff. Thank you guys for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Sue and John and you're welcome, Hermione. I will be in with one eye. Yep, that is all right. Try to beat the time delay. You did a little bit too quick there. You gotta just get it timed just right there, Sharon. But I can hear you, DrFox2000. All good. We got it. Okay, I hope I did that well enough. Yeah, and yeah, for those who don't know, Hermione is going for an eye operation tomorrow. And she'll be a one-eyed person for a few days until things get going. So, and hopefully everything will be 100% after that. Well, it'll take a little bit of time, so a few days, and then things will get better, and that's where that is at. Anyway, it is time for bacon seeds, so let's get over there and have a look. And hey, how come I got no bacon seeds on the screen? And that was the last one from yesterday. And that is good. But Piggy sent us some more bacon seeds. There's Piggy doing her thing. And of course, let's take a look and see. I hope I don't have to bring out Mean Piggy again. Mean Piggy looks nasty. But anyway... this is the first one of today, and that looks awful cute. A couple of wonderful piggies sharing a wonderful, I guess, milkshake. No, Piggy went back to sleep. Where is she's sleeping. The dogs were on recharge, so she decided to go back to sleep as well. And I think that's good for her. Anyway, beautiful shot of those two, and pretty nice to see them sitting there slurping away. That's an awesome picture. And next one is somebody went shopping, and that is cute, always nice, and we like that. That is pretty awesome to see the shopping pigs. I can bring her to the operation tomorrow, Dr. Fox. Oh, okay, cool. All right, Hermione, get some sleep. Good night, Hermione. Anyway, that is pretty awesome. Went shopping. And the next one is this one. I guess this is... Oh, look, they got a pink bow tie on her and a nice... I don't know, looks like a checkered dress on or something, and a little piggy giving another piggy a snout bop, and that is good, and that looks very, very nice. Yeah, hard to see. Good camouflage is right, Mars, definitely. Next one is this one, and I guess he's having some bagels and buns with some jam. And he's got a smirk on his face. That is all nice, and I love seeing that. I like poppy seed buns like that. Maybe I should get some. And let's see, that I like the fuzzy hair on that too, and that is pretty awesome. Next bacon seed is this one here, or seeds. There's 4 of them in that picture. They're working on straightening out their blanket. That is pretty cool. And then they're going to fall asleep on it, I think. I haven't had a hard roll since New Jersey. Oh, that's all right. And let's get to the next one. We'll go here. And, oh, we got a whole box full of piggies. That was bacon seeds for sure, you guys. You got to be from there to understand. No worries, Grandma B, and that's all good. Love looking at these little, box of bacon seeds, and that is exactly what we got. And they are a light, a dark, light, dark, light, dark. Or no, hang on, I went one too many there. Only 5 in the box. It's not somebody gypped us for that half a dozen. But that's okay. And we've got one more bacon seed for today. And let's see what that one looks like. And that is this little cutie. Definitely a spotted little seedling. And that is a wonderful smirk on his face, a tiny snout bopper. And that is all good. So Sharon Stewart saying hi to the others that she didn't say hi to before. Great. All right, so that brings us over to our mystery volcano. And of course, this is the image I used for today on my thumbnail for the stream. And now I will let you guys guess which volcano that is. And I'm going to be quiet. No, Kevin, no, it's not a Sakurajima. Definitely not. And let's see, who else is guessing? Any ideas which volcano that is? And no, the picture hasn't been altered in any way other than the VolcanoX poster on there. It is not Stromboli. Evius, no, it's not Fiji. No, Judy, it's not Klayoskoy. No, not Fuego, not Popocatépetl, not Vesuvius. No. Is it a volcano? Yes, it is. I guess it's a volcano. Congratulations, OneFish26. Very absorbent of you. Oh, come on. You guys can keep guessing. I know it's a tough one. It's a tough one. No, it's not Mayon. It's not Etna. No, definitely not. Simaru? No, not Simaru. No. I'm going to give you a hint. It's not in North or South America. It's not there. So, no, it's not Stromboli. Oh, Mars, understand with a pork roll, egg and cheese. No, not Merapi. No. Not Volcano. Leo's souffle. No, Sue. Barren Island. No. Sorry. No. That's wrong. Iceland volcano. No. No. So far, all good, but the souffle is pretty close. Oh boy. Okay. All right. If you don't get it within a minute here, I'm going to start timing as of right now, and we'll see what happens. But no, it's not La Palma, and I know it's a tough one. No, it's not Yellowstone, Vanuatu. No, not Vanuatu. No. We've talked about this one before, but it's not Krakatoa. Mount Rainier, no. Mount St. Helens, no. No, it's not in North America or South America. I've given you that hint. And we're down to about 20 seconds. So I guess you guys are having a tough time with this one. All right. No, it is not Ibico. No, it's not Krakatoa, or Krakatoa, either one of those. All right. Are you ready? We'll get you on to that report, and we'll show you which volcano that actually is. And we are doing a report on it today So we'll show you, and I may have to fix this up. Drum roll, please. I should get a drum roll. Anyway, we'll get that off of there, and we'll show you. I may have to actually, let me do a recapture on the screen, and you'll catch on as soon as I do the recapture of the stream here, and you'll be able to see which volcano it is, and you'll go, huh? And there's the name right there, and let me straighten that out a little bit. Just want to stretch that over there, and it is a orangutan. It's a orangutan, and there is the photo. So orangutan is the volcano of the day, and that of course is what is it? Siau Island, North Indonesia. Ongoing intense activity, constant incandescence, avalanches tumbling down along the west and east slopes. Field report, and that is a beautiful picture. And this is the second time I stumped you guys on the volcano, and I'm surprised at that. You know, it's absolutely an awesome looking volcano, and this is pretty good. Orangutan sounds like a make of a car when you go off the road. Oh, that could happen. That could happen. But anyway, I was going to start giving things like saying it's over 5,000 feet in height and stuff like that, but I thought that'd be too mean. Anyway, let's, you know, most volcanoes are. You never showed us this volcano before. Yes, we did. We definitely had reports on orangutan before. And there it is from a satellite view as well. Hard to see yeah, on its own little island there. Well, that's from a Sentinel-2, and it shows a true color and IR highlights. And what else is there? Oh, that's a different lava flow. And this one doesn't tell us what volcano that is. And this is a different volcano, so it looks nice though. And of course back to orangutan, and that is what we've got. So that is the volcano of the day, and that looked pretty awesome. Anyway, it's saying that the western and eastern slopes are about 1 to 1.5 kilometers distance from the summit. Collapsing parts of the flow have generated glowing rock falls, which several ones extended to the base of the edifice, and that is pretty cool. And you can see that in that photo, some of them going way down, and that's like 1.5 kilometers all the way down to the bottom here. So pretty cool, and that is 2 days in a row I've stumped you guys. Silversmith says orangutan looks like Krakatoa. Yeah, kinda, but you know, it is what it is. We'll see what we got tomorrow, and see if we can stump you guys again on tomorrow's report. Let's get back over to our next one here, and of course while we're here, I want to shut that photo off. There we go. And also the banner, and make this bigger. We're not going to see much from this one today, and this is a Semeru. Semeru is hiding in the clouds, and they only had the single view, so very unlikely that we will see anything on it. And we do see a little bit of a glow off in the distance, so I don't know if they were taking a night off with the camera, but I was just trying to get, there was a little bit of lava flow right in here, you can see coming down the hill. And unfortunately, it is not a very vivid or good view. Even if we go click on this and zoom it in a little bit, still not that great, but it is what it is. So that is what's happening at Simaru today. Let's leave that be. I'm going to pop over to the next one. And of course, the next one here is our wonderful Merapi. And Merapi really didn't make us happy either, because we have a lot of cloud in there today. And when we go back, I tried to see if there was anything worthy of looking at. I really didn't find a heck of a lot. And of course, that is what we've got going on. So bad weather in the area doesn't make this very viewable. And I'm trying to get a little closer there. We did see just a tiny bit of lava there in this shot. You can see some rolling down the hill, but nothing too fantastic or major. And that was kind of earlier, 3:20 a.m. And let's see, if we go back, we did see a little bit more earlier here, but it was kind of hit and miss between the clouds. This is just about 1 a.m. And then before that, hang on, let's get to about here. And let's see, no, that wasn't lava, that's a post or antenna. And you can actually see, let me switch it back to the other one here. You can actually see the lava is on the other side, and we're not able to see it. So that's at 2325, so it's not in that view. Unfortunately, we do see a little bit of lava there. And if we go back a little bit more, we did have a little bit on this side in this shot, and there we can see it again. We'll zoom in. Thanks Tom for the 5-minute mark there. And that's kind of what we've got there for today. And the rest was in the clouds, so not much we can do with that. So fairly quiet, and as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, fairly quiet day for most volcanoes. Let's go over to this one, and this is again a horrible scene. And oh, I need to make that a little smaller. And that, of course, is New Zealand. That is our wonderful Ruapehu. And Ruapehu is in the clouds. The best view we had was this morning, and that was basically no view. And you can see those clouds just decimated our vantage point here from the camera area. So that is what we've got. John Raper saying good night, guys. 1:30. Okay, good night there, and sleep well, John. Would be funny to what? That would be some funny looking lava. Yeah, we don't like funny looking lava. Let's put this one back on live, and that is live. And that is horrible, but let's make that small, make this big, and we're going to refresh this one because it's been open a little while. There we go. Clicking on the tremor chart here for our wonderful Taupo, and that is in New Zealand as well. We do see at midnight they did have a little bit of activity there, but nothing since. A bit, almost a flat line. So very, very quiet there at Taupo, and nothing really to report. And let's take a look at what it looks like there right now. Yeah, it's raining. Go figure. With all those clouds, you would think so. Anyway, you do see the lake, and the lake, of course, is the caldera for Taupo. And the center of the volcano is out here, somewhere just off of that point a little bit further to the away from us view-wise. So not seeing a darn thing, and that is not so good for visibility today. So the next one on our agenda will, of course, be over in Japan, and that too was fairly quiet. And we'll see if we can get that lined up for our show after the break. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like if you can. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I am going to take a break. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, putting you back over to Hawaii with the canned lava and get some music on for you. Don't go away. Here comes the choo-choo train. I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Of course, on the screen right now, you're seeing some canned lava of Kilauea, and that is, of course, the West Lava Pond from the 19th, and that's due to the fact that it's been raining there like the dickens the last few days. Very inclement weather, and hopefully it'll get better there soon, and we'll be able to see more. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Sue, as well as Susie, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from Sharon Stewart. Thank you. And let's see, what else have we got here? And thank you, Mars 2028, for the welcome back. I think we're all good for right now. Yeah, before we go over to Japan, I guess we can do our volcano report, and we'll read through that real quick. And of course, from late Tuesday's volcano activity, 9 volcanoes, Suwanoshi-jima exploded at 4,000 feet or 1,200 meters at 1800. Fuego, where are we here? Degassing activity at 1930. I don't know. That didn't sound very good, did it? Sabancaya, continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters at 2000. And shivelish explosive activity continues, estimated to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters at 2100, and volcanic ash observed to 15,000 feet at 2315 last night. And then Sakurajima erupted to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters at 2115. Popocatépetl emissions to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters at 2115. Sangay in Peru, in Ecuador, my bad. Constant emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters at 2145 last night. And then Reventator, volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters at 2230. Semeru, volcanic ash observed to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 2315. So that was from last night. And then we get to today's stuff. And for those who need to know, one bunny eating. Dacono, volcanic ash observed to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, 45 minutes after midnight. Karangatang, volcanic ash observed to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters at 1:30, and also at 13:43. And Sabancaya, a puffed activity, a puff detected to 21,000 feet, 7,300 meters at 2 a.m. Intermittent emissions at 1,400, and that is all we got there for Sabancaya. Then we have Ibico, eruption observed to 15,000 feet. And that is 4,600 meters, 3:15 a.m. Sakurajima, again, emissions observed to 8,000 feet, 2,400 meters at 3:30 a.m. Sangay, volcanic ash observed to 21,000 feet, 4,600 meters at 3:45, as well as satellite image seeing it to that same height at 1,500. And Villarrica. Oh, did we miss doing a Villarrica for some reason? Oh, I do see a Villarrica. There is a Viorica. I forgot to bring a Viorica up. We'll get that one in before the end of the show. I missed that. That was my second email amongst the 28 that I got today. Yeah. Anyway, Viorica, where'd you go? Separate email, 3:57 a.m. And we'll take a look at that shortly. And then a Fuego, light volcanic ash, 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, moving quickly northwest at 4:45. Occasional volcanic ash to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters at 10:45. Suwanoshijima in Japan erupted to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters at 5 a.m. and then again at 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters at 12 noon. Shivelish continued volcanic ash observed to 17,500 meters at 6:15 a.m. and again at 12:15 p.m. And so that's what we got there. And let's see, we got a Popocatépetl on the list as well. Volcanic ash to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters at 8:30 a.m. And no recent volcanic ash from a Reventator at 10:15 was when that report happened. So hopefully that is all good. Brian Rock Rail fan, welcome, and glad to have you on board. Did I miss anyone else while I was reading that report? That is tough to read. Well, you can't see it when I'm on a different screen like that. But anyway, let's head over to Japan and see what we've got cooking there. And there it is. There is Sakurajima. And of course, Sakurajima doing its thing. It's 10:43 a.m. now. It's been giving off heavy gases all day long, and it's kind of not a surprise that we see it doing what it's doing. It's just, we see that going and going and going. Looks like the extra vent on the front here is working as well. So we do actually have 3 vents in play. And let's see if we go back a little bit more. I'm trying to see if we can find something a little bit more eruptive. There was a lot of birds in the area. And look at all that bird traffic. I've been trying to find out which bird that is. These birds, they have yellow on top of their wings. So that is something I've been trying to figure out the last couple of days here, looking at the different birds. But these guys really like to soar. And I don't know if they're an actual seabird. Oh, great. We get commercials of someone we don't want. Let's get rid of that. Anyway, let's go back a little bit more and take a look. There you can see the continuous flow of emissions and more there. And then, of course, earlier in the morning, at 6:03 a.m. you can see it was still puffing away at what is this, just about 10 to 5, still doing its thing, and it just really hasn't stopped all night long. Hard to see, but I don't know if that's actually a little bit of a glow right there or a reflection from some light, so hard to tell. But if we go back further, again, still you can see those clouds, and that is what we've got happening from it. The wind was blowing the other way earlier there, so at 12:38, slightly a different direction. It was blowing away from the camera area, making it look a little different, but continuing to off gas and continuing to do exactly what it's been doing for the last 24 hours. Not really seeing anything new or different, no major activity from it. So probably very high in SO2 right now, and that we'll find out. We do have an ice cream boat down at the dock, so if you want to run down and get an ice cream, you can. I wonder how much rice Sakurajima could cook. Oh boy, all in one shot? I don't know. It'd be a lot of tonnage there, Mars. A lot. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, that is cool. So yeah, go down, get the ice cream. If you happen to drop your ice cream, the hazmat station's just beside this block building there, right in here. So they can help you out with that problem, and you should be all right. Anyway, close up on the crater itself, you can see the venting, and it really wasn't anything odd or weird. It just pluming out a lot of gas, and that's what we were seeing today so far. So come on, there you go. And yeah, and none of that darker material that we were seeing yesterday, where we had all that tephra and extra stuff in there. So pretty awesome. And let's go over to our next one. And of course, this is Suwanosejima. And right now it is kind of erupting, but it's more or less a fairly light ash coming out of there and light clouds. Nothing too spectacular, but it was continuing to do its thing for the most part all day long as well so far, as you can see from that back vent. And busy, but not, it's like almost like the valve is open, and they're not letting it build up any steam to try to blow it out. It's just, like in bursts, that is. It's just continuous flow. And if we go back a little bit further, I'm not sure if that is glow from the volcano or just the camera lens. If we go back even further, yeah, it's almost like everybody is just letting off the gas today, and or during the night. And we can see the plume here going fairly sideways. It was windy at 1:45, so that's kind of what we got. We'll put that back on live, and that's kind of it for that one. Let's go over to ASO and take a look at what ASO is doing. ASO is indeed continuing to throw out all kinds of steam as well, and likely adding to the SO2 problem that we already talked about, and fairly high from both Suwanosejima as well as Sakurajima. And ASO is definitely helping with the cause. It looked like it was raining there earlier, so yeah, this is we caught it just after the rain, and that is kind of what we had there, foggy stuff. And there you can see the clouds starting to move off. And that's about it for our Japanese guys. So I guess the next one we can go over to is, of course, our wonderful Yellowstone. And at the beginning of the show, well, when I first turned on the stream, we did have some real cool close-ups of, well, not that cool, but and not that close, but of the bison in the area. And that was pretty awesome to be able to see those. So that is what we've got there. Yellowstone, of course, right now shut down for everyone went to bed. It was snowing like the dickens there earlier, so that is kind of what we had. Nothing too crazy, but they did have snow coming down, and not a surprise with the cold air, and Wyoming, of course, being fairly cold right now, and that's kind of what we got. Let's go back to our earthquake maps, and I want to see if we see that big quake that Piggy told us about, and I do see it on the one map, and I do see it on the other one now as well. So let's go over to the earthquakes, and that's the big one there. They downgraded it from a 7.1 to a 6.8 here on the USGS map, but that is in Tajikistan. in Russia, and they did have several others right around it. I don't think that's a very populated area, and I don't think it would have done a heck of a lot of damage in that area. But let's see what the other ones are while we're here. 5.0 from 1755 our time, 10 kilometers down. This one, of course, is 4.9 from 1835, and this one is a 4.6 from 1806. This one was actually at 1737, so those three are definitely aftershocks. And that is what we had there for new ones. Let's take a look at the rest of the areas, and we'll start out here in the Aleutian Islands. Of course, we see a 4.0 near Etna, Alaska, and that one was 4:04 a.m. 59.3 kilometers down. I don't see anything else coming down the coast for a little while till we got this one here. It's 3.2 near Ferndale. That's getting bigger again, and that is at that junction where the Juan de Fuca is subducting underneath the North American plate, but you've got the end of the whatchamacallit there, the San Andreas fault there, intersecting with that. So rumble zone. The other thing of interest was this here in Texas, and if we go to the street maps, you can see this is definitely in Texas. There's New Mexico there, and we did have another grouping of quakes there. 4.0 I think was the largest out of the bunch, and that was from a 1:51 a.m. 7.2 kilometers down. We got a 3.1 there from 4:49, and this one here a 3.1 from 23:55 yesterday. 4.2, I guess that's the largest one, 44 minutes after midnight, and then a few of the other ones, 2.9 from 2:41, 3.2 from 4:19, and that one there 2.9 from 4:18, and of course they're calling it from New Mexico. We know that's Texas. We can see the line. There's a Texas state line, and I don't know why they don't use this Picos, whatever it is, as their point. But yep, you see all those quakes in that area. Really makes you wonder what is actually going on there. If it was due to fracking or something. Anyway, let's, hey, Yvonne Kunkel is here. Welcome, Yvonne. Good to have you on board. And Brian Rockrail fan is saying bye for today, everyone, on the live stream. Good night, Brian Rockrail fan. And welcome, Yvonne, and good morning. Guten Morgen. And anyway, we do see a 4.3 down here in El Salvador, and that came in yesterday at 21:25, 59 kilometers down. A very small one here. That is only a 2.9 in Costa Rica. Yesterday's as well. Not going to worry about that guy. We do have this one, 4.0 Chile, just off the coast, 8:51 a.m., 12.1 kilometers down. And then we've got a 4.3 also in Chile from 11:18, 35 kilometers down. Nothing new here in the South Sandwich Islands. And zipping over real quick to New Zealand. Fairly quiet there today. We don't have any more around this area, at least not reported on this map. And we kind of seen the same on the chart. And of course over here in Tonga we do have a 4.8 from 1:04 a.m. 520 kilometers down from our time anyway. And then we have this guy. That would just about be the Banda Sea area. 5.6 kilometers, or sorry, 5.6 in magnitude, 124.8 kilometers down from 2:34 is the time on it. And then we go over here, 4.6, 5:01 is the time on it, 37.6 kilometers down. up on the just off of Sumatra, up on the northern end. And let's see, this one here, Philippines, 4.6. 1505 was the time, 10 kilometers down. Taiwan had another one, 4.4. From 1418, 8.8 kilometers down. And we go up here, we don't see anything else in Japan or the Kamchatka Peninsula. And of course, this was the big one there that we've seen for today, 6.8 in Tajikistan. Let's grab these other ones here. This is up in Russia, 4.7, and that is 1606, 9.7 kilometers down. Looking at this one, this is in China, 4.8 from 3:25 a.m. And then we've got this one in Naples at Nepal, and that is 4.8 1 a.m. and 27.3 kilometers down. Those ones always worry me because every time you have one there, you end up with an avalanche because that's in the Himalayas, in the mountain zone. Anyway, we are very close to taking a break here. We've got enough time to go over to the Canary Islands and refresh that map real quick and see what the European Hawaii looks like today, shaker-wise. And of course, the ones up top here are older. They're from yesterday. We already looked at those. That is from 1:43 yesterday. That is 3.4, 10 kilometers down. The bigger one was a 4.2 from a couple of days back already. Not even going to worry about that. And then we got the two little ones here. And that one is from 2 days ago. This one was from today at 9:08 a.m., 2.7. And of course, that is on the East Azores Fault, is where that is located. Now let's go to La Palma and see what we have for La Palma today. Only one quake. Oh, hang on. 2 quakes, 3 quakes, 4 quakes. Sorry. Yeah, that's already over in the morning time, 5 minutes after the midnight hour. And that is out in the water, 1.8, and that is 9 kilometers down. And the other ones, where are we here? 1.7, 10 kilometers down from 1601. And then we've got this one here, 0.8 from 2120. No depth indicated, so a likely surface. And 1.7 from 2155, 9 kilometers down. And this one too is kind of just before the midnight hour there, I guess, 2341, 10 kilometers down, just on the shoreline. So that is it for those guys. And yeah, we'll go back to that map. So, it looks like, yeah, that's those ones there. Now, we didn't really look here in Turkey. We do know that this one is down by Lebanon, a little further south than we were seeing. That is a 4.4, and that is a 23:01 was the time on it yesterday. Then we did have the other two here, 4.1 from 56 minutes after midnight, 16.9 kilometers down, and the other one over here, 4.4 from 9 minutes after midnight, 13.7 kilometers down. So a lot less activity there, nothing really to get excited about. And let's see, while we're over here, this is in near Haiti, 4.3. Yesterday's 2056, 15.9 kilometers down. And then a couple more over here, 3.1, not anything really big. Virgin Islands, 6:12 a.m. and 3.1. Puerto Rico, 4:31 a.m., 95 kilometers down. The other one was 17 kilometers down. So I'm going to leave those be. That's it. It's a break time. I'm going to put you back on some lovely lava from our canned lava. And there we go. After the break, we will get into our SO2 map, and then we'll start looking at our wonderful weather around the planet. So, all good. Pardon me. And we'll get back at it after the break. So, please don't go away, and hopefully we'll get things happening. Music. Cue the music maestro. We'll try. There we go. I'll be back. Keep smiling. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, subscribe if you have not yet subscribed. That'll be awesome. And, yeah, you can always super chat if you want. Oh, I'm kidding. You don't have to. Nobody's obligated. I'll be back. we go. The microphone is back on. You can't say for sure, but they'll still waiting for the big one down there. I don't know if it's going to happen within the next few days, months, or years. And that's actually a very true statement there, Yvonne. And if we go back to that map, what I was zoomed in on, you take a look here, and this is, you see what happened here, of course, where we had those big quakes. And of course, here in this area, the Antakya area, is where the earth actually split open. And that is because of the movement. One side shifted northward, the other side shifted southward. And that is, of course, because the Arabian plate here is moving north. And what it's doing is actually it's moving northeast a little bit. So we're seeing the grinding action up here as it's pushing into the Anatolian plate. That is what's happening here. Okay, and when we take a look along that fault, that's the Dead Sea transform, and like I said, the whole area here, Syria, Jordan, everything is moving northward along with the plate, and the other side is moving southward. And when you take a look from a geological history, this whole area here is basically where the fault used to lie, and you can literally see where it's opened it up, and that's probably what caused the lake to begin with in here. And the further down you go, that's all low land in between, and that could be very dangerous. Even here, the Gulf of Abada is likely caused by the earth splitting open. So anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Henry Nelson and Mars 2028 and Yvonne Kunkel, of course, and Susie, and I hear you, DrFox2000, and that is awesome. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And, as Yvonne said, we don't know if it's going to be the next few days, months, or years, or it could be decades before we see another huge quake happen along that area. Or it could be in an hour. Okay? That is one of those things. And when we look at it, I'm always concerned when we see quakes along the other fault on the other side here, and of course the quakes down here. When you see this, that is on the mid, what do they call it, Indian Ridge, mid-Indian Ridge, and if that's almost like a spring loading of a push against the Arabian plate. And every time we see something here, we typically see something reacting either here or up here. So it is one of those things. Dr. Fox, the Dead Sea was originally a bay of the Mediterranean Sea, so it got cut off by the movement of the plates. I don't know if it was actually, I wasn't around back then, so that may be a better question for Irish Monk. It could very well have been. Now, some of the stuff that has been reported is some people were saying that it looks like the sea dropped. But I'm thinking, I don't think the sea would have dropped. That would have caused a whole bunch of tsunamis, but that wasn't the case. But we definitely know we had the earth split open up here and along the fault area. And that is kind of a predecessor to what could happen further on down the Dead Sea transform. So again, it's kind of hard to say. It really is. But like I said, this is kind of the spring pushing up on the plate, and we see that going. So if this guy moves up a little bit more, we'll see more happening here. And again, this is, of course, where we're going to see most of the action is right here, because this being a transform, that's basically sliding past each other, similar to if we take a look at our San Andreas fault, okay? That is basically sliding past each other, and if it hooks up and stops moving for a while, that's when you get that tension building up. And again, if the Arabian plate is being pushed and we see more and more and more pressure, it depends what ends up happening. What I'd like to see is a few little quakes in here, just like along the San Andreas, which will then relieve the pressure. You never know what could happen. Anyway, let's leave that alone. Let's go over to our SO2 map and get at it and take a look and see what we've got. I did refresh and did want to look at seeing what's going on. First thing, of course, that pops into view is what's going on here in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We've got a lot of off-gassing of SO2, and it is drifting out into the ocean as well as to the north. Let's hope that's what happens. Well, Mars, that would be the ideal situation, that they get a bunch of 2s and 3s in there to kind of snap off some of that pressure. And if they don't, we'll see something larger, right? And like I say, along the same thing goes along the west coast here. If the San Andreas, I always worry about when I don't see earthquakes along it. That's when I get concerned. The same thing goes for the Juan de Fuca area. If we don't see those quakes, that means the push downward has stalled and it starts to buckle up, and you'll see uplift. And then all of a sudden, when it lets go, then you see the big splash, the tsunami. And of course, this is due, right, as far as they're concerned. But anyway, let's get back to SO2 here. We do see that plume going back down here, but looks like most of Canada's not bad. We do see that up in Alaska. Pretty awesome. Charles Darwin found a place where a recent major earthquake had lifted the beach in Chile above sea level. Yep, that too. That's from the Cocos plate subducting underneath the South American plate. So definitely. Anyway, it looks not bad in most of Canada, fairly light levels. And we do take a look down east here. Not too bad at all. That goes all the way out to Newfoundland, and not bad, Nova Scotia and those places. We do see heavier levels here in the eastern seaboard, and I blame Popocatépetl for that, and Mexico City. We do see that plume coming up there. Plus, we have a fairly heavy population in that area as well. We do see a little bit there in Montana and Wyoming. I don't know if that's just from the stuff being pushed in here and circulated around, but that's what we got. We get down to Colombia. Most of our Central America stuff is going out. It's actually getting in on that train going across there as well, pushing across the U.S. And looking at this, Reventador doing its thing, and possibly Cotopaxi in that area as well. And I'm really kind of wondering exactly what is happening here. I do not believe that is all from Sabancaya. That's got to be some industrial pollution in there as well. And hang on, where is Villarica? I want to get that report for Villarica. let's take a look real quick. Hang on, let me open that up. Maybe that's got some magical answers in it. Villarrica volcano, and I missed that one earlier. So, oh, glasses. I need new glasses. There we go. There's a Villarrica, and that is down in central Chile, and we can see the plumes getting up to, oh, I don't know, looks like about 90 meters almost, and that is pretty awesome. And that is actually not bad looking. Strong lava fountains, so-called paroxysm at Villarrica volcano last night. So pretty cool to see that. And here's a shot of the satellite image from up top. Strong heat anomaly within the summit crater, and of course you're going to have strong heat anomalies when you got lava coming out of there. Represents the intense activity of a Villarrica volcano. And what else have we got? Oh, that's it for pictures there. So they're saying sustained 10 hours. Wow, that's a pretty heavy phase, yeah, from 2030 onward, and that's a pretty good eruption. And lava jets surpassed 80 meters, throwing hot, fresh, incandescent ejecta, which showered the upper eastern slopes of the edifice in a form of glowing avalanches the width of the lava fountain spanned 150 meters in width, so that's pretty wild, and pretty awesome to see that. So, yep, Villarrica definitely doing some stuff, and let's leave that alone. I guess I got to click on there. Going back to our SO2 map, and I don't know, because Villarrica's further down, so I think that's still a 7. Kaya Villarrica might be down here somewhere, if I recall, so that could be from it. But we do see a little bit of that pluming out into the Atlantic from over there. And let's get over here and take a quick look. White Isle volcano still throwing out some SO2. Leo's barbecue not on today. This is all from the refinery, and I guess he's busy. This, of course, from the coking plants north of Sydney. Tofua out here in Tonga still doing its thing, and not so much from Yasur here in Vanuatu, but Aoba and his buddy there. What is it? Oh boy, short with that name, Aoba, and oh boy, why does it happen to me? Sue. Anyway, we'll figure that out later. All right. Anyway, Vanuatu is a little. It's all sitting there though. I'm just trying to think. What is the name? Why is it always run away from me? I have it there half the time. Must be getting old or something, forgetting things. Looking here, not so much from Ibu and Dakono. Looks like not that much from our other friends here either. Let's see, and we've got Semaru would be making that cloud, and then of course here in the middle would be from Merapi and Merapi's buddy, and then of course most of this would probably be from Jakarta coming over there, and that's going to drive me crazy that I can't remember the other volcano. Anyway, Krakatau over here doing its thing. It'll come to me. Which one is it? It's Aoba. Now I gotta go look. You made me go look. I gotta go look. Sorry guys. My mind is making me wonder what the heck the problem is. Maybe something going wrong in my head. Central Java. No, we want to go way over here. And take a look at where's Vanuatu. There it is. Gawa. That's what I was looking for. That's my bad. That is a stumper sometimes. At least you remember where to look. Henry. It happens. It happens. It's one of those things. Yeah. You know, there are so many volcanoes, though, that we look at. And it sometimes it gets a little bit on the brain frying side when we look at these. And it's difficult to try to remember all of them. I mean, how many can you really remember when we are talking about 50 active volcanoes, or roughly thereabouts, that we deal with? And it happens. Anyway, this plume here from Sinabung up here, 3 minutes, thanks. And then, of course, Currency and Marapi over here doing their thing. Little heavier over here from Mayon and Bulusan, and it looks like perhaps Taal is putting out a little bit more SO2 again as well. Not so bad in Taiwan there. And here's what I was saying about Suwanoshi-jima. Looks like it's putting out a little more SO2. Same thing with Sakura-jima. And then ASO would be up in here, and we could see that plume, and that is likely from ASO right there. So that gives you a pretty good idea. And of course, getting up here in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and it is so difficult to know and figure out which volcano this is actually from. Could even be from this Petropavlovsk, if I said that right. But you never know. They're all different locations there. So Karimsky is the one that comes to mind right in this area, though. Okay, I have to get ready for work now. Thanks. All right. Thanks for another great stream. Doc, Mods, Lavaliers, and Lava family. Have a great day, night, and everyone, and enjoy the rest of the show. See you later. And take care. Stay safe, Yvonne, and safe travels to work. And as usual, if you see something happening, email me. Especially if it's Iceland. That would really be cool. Would love to hear about something erupting. Anyway, let's go down here real quick. South Africa, we do see the gold mining still doing their thing, smelting. And then, of course, here in the DR Congo area, still off-gassing, as well as the coking plants. Erta would be right there doing its thing. And then, of course, you see these plumes of SO2, and that is from our wonderful refineries, oil refineries. Kuwait looks like they started up again, real heavy. And getting over here, taking a look at what is coming off of Mount Etna, and probably Stromboli helping out a little bit as well as Volcano. But that is picked up a little bit from what it was yesterday, so not bad. We don't see a darn thing, though, coming from Iceland yet, so we know we don't have an eruption as of yet. And we'll see what happens. Anyway, it is a break time, you guys, and I am going to take another break. So maybe that will help me. Not the noisy, what? Not the annoying Mark, don't worry. What? Mark? What Mark? Not that, okay, they're not annoying Mark. Who's annoying? I didn't see a Mark. Oh, Mars. Oh, okay. Thanks for stopping in, Kunkel, and answering my annoying. Yeah. You know what? Those questions are not really annoying at all. And Yvonne is right. You know, they are good questions. You've got some valid reasons and for asking them. And a curiosity, of course, in my books is always a good reason. And that is what keeps an inquisitive mind going. And that's what we like. Anyway, you guys, I'm going to go take a break. We'll put some inquisitive lava flow on here from 1:06 in the morning on the 19th of this month. And you can watch that while I go take a break. And here comes some annoying music. Oh, that's not so bad. For those who haven't yet hit the like button, please do consider hitting it, and that would be really awesome if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you have not yet subscribed and you're sitting out there in the Lurkers Lounge peeking in, do give it a bop, and that would really be awesome. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. I'm back. Welcome or welcome back, and good morning to all those who just woke up. And glad to have you back, Sue. And thank you, Mars 2028. Too much fun, and thanks. Thanks, Sue. I was asleep about 30 minutes. Thank you, Susie. And I think one fish is just having a laugh there. Don't laugh too hard, one fish. One day you too will fall asleep. It happens. The worst part is when I fall asleep at the stream, and that is when it gets really bad. Anyway, hasn't happened yet, I don't think. Although sometimes I do feel like closing my eyes and just nodding off, but it happens. And Sharon Stewart just woke back up again as well, saying, "I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. Fish don't sleep." Oh, sure they do, Henry. They just keep their eyes open, and they gotta sleep. And yes, fish do sleep. Yep, they do. Now awake. Okay, this fish barely sleeps. Okay. Well, let's get over to the weather map and see how cold it is everywhere. And look at the North American cold pattern right now. That is absolutely horrible. And they say that's going to last another day or two. So we do see here the western skirts of Alaska aren't too bad. I think maybe I'll move to Alaska to get warmer. Anyway, looking at British Columbia, the north is cold. I'm not going to even bother going up there. But yeah, Vancouver is, what is it right now? -1, 0, somewhere thereabouts, depending on where you are. Over on the rock where Bob is, he's got probably about a -4, -5. Edmonton, of course, coming in at a balmy -25 degrees Celsius. Looks like about -26 there in Calgary. And we'll look at probably -7, 27, 28 down there and in the Kananaskis area, where Kananaskis is from. 26, -26 there in Winterpeg as well. Saskatoon, I think, is -29. Burr, -29 in Regina as well. Going over here to the subtropical zones. -6 in Toronto, London coming in at -3, Detroit on -1, Tom and Pepper's house about +1, and Henry somewhere in here is got about -2 or -3, going up the St. Lawrence Seaway. Boy, I'm having trouble with getting names out today. -8 in Montreal, Quebec at -15. And let's see, yeah, Sharon was asleep while she was singing, and subtropical, yeah, -18, 19, 20 up in the northern portions of New Brunswick. Halifax coming in at about -2. Cole Harbor about -2 as well, so not so nice there. And of course, looking at Newfoundland, -8, -9, -10, even out in the Avalon Peninsula here, coming in at about -6 or so. I don't even want to go up here, and that white stuff makes me really shiver. -43 in the top end of Quebec, and that is not so good. Anyway, let's go somewhere a little bit warmer. And look at this cold coming all the way down to Denver from, these poor people in the western states here. I don't even call it the Midwest, that would be here. But yeah, this is the western states, Montana and Wyoming, of course, and Colorado and North and South Dakota, and even up here in Idaho. Horrible. horrible, and I can't talk today. -2 in Portland. San Jose, a little bit warmer, about 8 degrees there. Los Angeles coming in at about 8 as well. Death Valley, you better have your jacket on if you're going to Death Valley. And that'll be about 12 degrees or something. And there we go. 11, Death Valley at 11. Lost Wages, about 3 degrees. Holy Batman, that is cold. Phoenix, Arizona coming in at about 10 or 11 as well. Not that warm. Mexicali on the border, you'd think it'd be warmer, but they've got 10 degrees there, and you can see that cold going all the way down into the Baja and down into Mexico. Wow, on the western side. The eastern side on the Gulf of Mexico, though, looks a lot nicer. Look at this, 27, 28 degrees. Sacramento is sitting at 24. Coming in to Austin at 22. 22 in Houston, and Dallas at 19. That's not so bad. You get up into Oklahoma City, though, they're past that cold line, and they are 7 degrees up there. Little Rock, Arkansas on the warm side at 14. New Orleans at 23, 24. That's not so bad. Miami at about 24, and going up, we see Jacksonville coming in at 21. Atlanta sitting at 21. That is not bad. Charlotte, North Carolina, 18, 19. Grandma B's house about 20 degrees right now. Wow. I wanted to switch places with Grandma B. About looks like Virginia Beach is just below that cold area. That's 16, and then beyond that we see it turning green, and that is green because you're shivering to death. And there we go. Way too warm. Oh boy. Philadelphia 4, and we've got 3 in New York, and Boston coming in at 1 degree. So that is not too bad for those guys, but yeah, you can see where the warm stuff is there. And Mexico, of course, we kind of mentioned that already. Mazatlan on the coast, though, still holding in at 20. Mexico City, because Mexico City and that whole area, that's a higher plateau area there, so they're a lot colder, and that's about 15, 14 degrees. And then I don't know if you guys know, but Mexico City, I think it's sitting about 7,000 feet above sea level, and that is why it's always colder there. Acapulco is about 26, 27 right now. Cancun coming in at 26, not so bad. We see Colombia's got their normal heat back for this time of the day, and then looks like it's about the same for most places there in Brazil and Bolivia. Still the same thing with the coastal areas, or the higher areas in the mountains. Coastal areas doing not bad. Santiago coming in at 18 over there. Rio de Janeiro 23, Sao Paulo 19. Looks like about 27 for the high there in Paraguay, and looks like most of the northern portions of Argentina aren't too bad. And we zoom in here, Paysandú coming in at 25 degrees, Buenos Aires coming in at 25 as well. Then we see where the cold cuts off here, or the warmth stops, and the cold sets in down on the bottom end of Argentina, as well as Chile. New Zealand, not looking so warm today. South Island, very chilly, and I'm wondering what's causing that. Oh, it's that darn high is still sitting there. It is bringing that cold air up for them, and that has got to move away. 12 degrees in Christchurch. Wellington only at 14 today, and it's even affecting the northern areas there. We got about 15, 16 in Tapao. I'll make my famous barbecue chicken. That is awesome. And we see about 21 degrees there in Auckland, and up to 22 along the coast, up in the peninsula up top there. Looks like the warmer temps are back in Tasmania. 23 in Hobart, not so bad for those guys. 26 in some of the places, nice weather. And there's Leo's place at about 29 or 30 degrees in Melbourne. Adelaide coming in at a scorching 35, 36. Sydney is a lot better off at about 21 degrees. And our wonderful Oz is at about 28 degrees right now. We do see those high temperatures all the way up to 41, 42 degrees, maybe even a little higher in a few spots. I see 42 is the high, and that'll be the highest temperature in the world right now. And we see about 23 in Perth, so that's not so bad for them. Up in the north, not quite as bad, but still, you know, reasonably hot. Out here in Fiji, 29 today. New Caledonia coming in 28, 29. The Vanuatu area, 27 to 28, not bad. Papua New Guinea on the island there looking pretty good, up to 31 degrees, 32 in some spots. Eastern portions of Indonesia coming in at about 32. And as we get over here, coming through some of these islands, including Bali and that, about 30 degrees, 29 there in the eastern portions of Java. A little cooler there in Sumatra, but not by much. Very nice weather. And our Malaysian areas here are definitely 28, 29 degrees. Manila coming in about 29, 30. Bangkok showing up at about 29, and thank you, Sue, for bringing that up. And we see that cold is starting to move upward again in this area of the world, which is nice. Nice to see some warmer temperatures in Taiwan. And Kagoshima coming in at about 13, right across the water from our wonderful Sakurajima. Seoul made it up to 5 there. That's not so bad. Looks like the western or eastern side is warmer than the western side. We got 10 in Tokyo, and it looks like some snow possibly in some of those spots on the eastern side. Sapporo definitely right around that freezing mark. And yeah, scary at Kamchatka Peninsula, minus 19 and some higher elevations, and not so good. Sliding over, taking a look at Delhi, coming in at about 16. That's a little better. And we got about 14, no, hang on, 25, 26. Normal stuff there in Sri Lanka. And looking at Madagascar, not quite as warm. Freddie has finally moved off of there. Still going. Freddie, when are you going to stop moving? And we do see the temperatures a little bit in the higher elevations, a little cooler. And Cape Town, about 17 today. And looks like they got a high sitting there in South Africa. Freddie's going to have a hard time with that high. Maybe that'll kill him. Well, let's see what happens. Africa, of course, warming up. We can start to see the heat is starting to creep back up into the Sahara Desert here. So that is pretty good. Cairo still only about 9 or 10. UAE still anywhere from about 13 to about 15. That's not good for those guys. And let's see what we've got here in Turkey in those areas. Still the same thing, -1, -2 in some of those areas. Malatya, they're 2 degrees right now, or 1 degree. And Adana is about a 6. And Antakya here is about 8. So those people that are homeless are still struggling with some of those temperatures. Piggy's Place coming in at about 12 degrees, and it says about 14 here, maybe a little bit off of the map, but that's okay. Crete, not bad. I do have a warmer air blowing in there, so that is all good. Looks like the warmer places are going to be somewhere over here, just out in the waters, and of course that is starting to warm up. We'll see what we've got here in Sicily, Randenzo, about 6 degrees, and going to Naples. Naples are coming in at about 11. That's better than what they had. Rome at 8. And wow, look at that. Milano coming in at 9. And that is pretty awesome. Sliding over, taking a look, a little cooler there. Well, it's still not bad weather temperature-wise for them. At least they're not that cold in Portugal. And we see 7 in Madrid. And Aurelio has got about 3 or 4 degrees there at his place. And we see some of these places are starting to warm up in the coastal regions. Nantes coming in at 4. That's a little colder than it was. We've got a 7 in Paris, a little bit better. Munich at 6. Frankfurt coming in at a 7. Cologne coming in at a 9, and 7 at Yvonne Kunkel's house. And of course, we got about a 7 there in Amsterdam. Brussels are coming in at about 7. OFU Lux, we haven't seen for a little while, is about a 6 or 7 degrees as well. Berlin about a 4 degrees, and looking at Hamburg about a 4. Going up to Copenhagen, we see 4 degrees up there. Aarhus a little bit warmer at 5. And it's way better than the minus 30 I just found in Yellowstone. Yeah, don't look there, Mars. That'll be cold, and that'll hurt your eyes. Oslo coming in at -1. Stockholm coming in at -1. St. Petersburg coming in at -17. And Moscow -17. And let's take a look at England really quickly. London about 6 right now, and looks like Wales slightly cooler with 3 to 5 degrees going up. Leeds 5, Glasgow coming in at 1, Aberdeen at 3, and around the 0 or -1 mark for a lot of Scotland. Looking at Dublin over here at 2 degrees, and the Irish Monks area will be around 5 degrees with the wind and the high blowing that stuff from the Gulf Stream back down there. Iceland should be warming up because of that. We see some of those warmer temperatures, and hopefully it'll be okay there. At Reykjavik says 5 degrees. That'll make that snow melt, and that is what we've got there, and not bad. So that is kind of what we've got. We do have that low sitting up above it, kind of trying to pull. Well, it's actually pulling that warmer air up, which is really nice. The high here is really helping out, pushing that Gulf Stream air up northward. All right, let's take a look at the precipitation. And it's too cold to snow in Edmonton. We do have this system on the western part of Alaska, and then we see this and just past the mountains and getting into Alberta, snow. Interior of British Columbia, snow. A coastal area here for Vancouver Island, and Washington, and going down into Oregon. Bad weather. And here's that horrible weather that is coming. Remember that big system that was pushing up? Well, the lake effect snow is definitely happening, and we are seeing, Chicago doesn't look like a snow, but I bet you they're going to get ice rain, and ice rain throughout that region. That includes Detroit and London and Buffalo and those places. Toronto getting snow, and not good. Boston getting snow, and then we get out here for Halifax, and looks like it's just windy and cold. And Newfoundland here getting some snow. Labrador some snow as well along the coastline, and that is kind of what we got there. We don't see any intense storms in the Central America area. Looking at the western states, so California is getting some more moisture, very much needed, and hopefully their lakes will fill up. And then we do see some snow and stuff here up in the higher elevations in Arizona, ice rain in portions of New Mexico as well. Denver, of course, snow, not a surprise in Denver. And let's see, what else we got? And yeah, the cold temps, we'll not worry about them. I know he found, what is it, a minus 30 here in Yellowstone, minus 20 something, yeah, minus 23, minus 24. Now you got to remember, some of those temperatures are up at higher elevations. Here's a minus, oh wow, Butte minus 26, minus 34 I've seen in here. Yeah, 31, 32. Those are cold temps. Now I know Helena is in a valley, and they're 22 degrees right there. That is pretty nasty. Bozeman, Idaho, or Bozeman, Montana, I should say, 23 there. And yeah, that's horrible. Anyway, back to precipitation. Let's see what else we got. South America, pretty much normal for the rainforesty areas. Looks like Peru and western Brazil getting nailed, and then up here in the northeastern coastal line area of Brazil getting nailed pretty hard. And looks like around Rio de Janeiro, that area, they're getting a lot. And then, of course, northern Argentina. And we aren't seeing no rain in Paysandu for the Irish monkus. And, well, she's not Irish, but the Irish monkus. How about that? And here's what's causing all those clouds for us. That high, of course, bringing that cold air in. That's mixing with the warm air, and that's causing that rain. So, South Island rain, North Island rain. And I hope that stops. They had enough of that for a little while. Looks like not that much rain there in Tasmania. We do see out here in the western portions of Australia, they are getting a little bit of rain. And north of Brisbane, some rain there. Sydney just kind of skirting it. And then, of course, the stormy stuff up in the north. Not a surprise. It is still a rainy season for those people. And most of Indonesia and the Philippines and those areas are getting a rain. And we go to Japan. We see a rain and snow in the central area. Then a little bit of a dry area, and then up in the north we get more snow. And looking at what we've got up here, we see more snow, Kamchatka Peninsula. And oh, we got a new storm. What is it? Anala is going to come and bug the poor people after Freddy gets eaten by this high. So Madagascar is going to be in for another one, unless this turns into another storm right here, and that likely could. So, Nala, that's the new one. And we see Central Africa here, rainy stuff, dry in the desert, and that whole area here very, very dry. And just looking, we do see some rain and stuff up here. What the heck country was that? I can't remember. It was one of the Russian countries anyway. But no rain and no snow for this area here in Turkey and Syria, so that is all good. And Sicily looks dry. Turkey from, Italy from Naples on north, a little bit of a rain in there. That's not so bad. Georgia, you got Georgia on your mind there, Grinzed? Well, there's a song like that. And Armenia, possibly. Hang on, it does tell us on the SO2 map. It's got labels. Let's take a look there. Azerbaijan. Oh, or Georgia. Yeah, Georgia. It is Georgia. You got Georgia on your mind. Anyway, let's go over here to Spain. And of course, looking at the northern portions of Spain, they got a mix of rain and snow. And not that much in France, but some there as well. And spits of rain all over the place there in western portions of Germany. The east doesn't look so bad. Looks like same thing with Holland and Belgium. So that's what we got there. And kind of a mixed bag there for Denmark. And not looking so good for Sweden or Norway. Finland, a little bit of snow, but most of it is seeming to be in those two countries. And yeah, you like winter? Here, you can go to this place. It's called Iceland. And that is the land of fire and ice. So that is what we've got going on there. But what concerns me is this in here. This could dump a whole bunch of snow for these guys, and that ice rain is not going to help. That is really nasty. Anyway, let's get back to temperatures. Find our coldest temperatures on the planet. We already know Australia's got the hottest. So let's go take a look and see what we've got. Here's a low, minus a 45 there. Minus a 46. Let's go over by this friendly high. He might have colder temperatures. Minus a 49, minus a 50. And there we go, a minus a 50 so far. Let's see, do we have a minus a 54? No? How about a 52? Minus a 51? Oh, come on, give me a minus a 51. Minus a 51, where are you? You gotta be in here somewhere. Ah, there's a minus a 51. Now give me a minus 52, please. Minus a 51. Oh, come on. Minus a 52, please. Okay, I'll live with minus 51 for now. I think that is all we're going to find. That is Antarctica, unless there's something hiding further down here. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. A minus a 47, a 46. No. 47 over here. Let's check. There's a minus a 48, 49. Getting closer to that South Pole. Minus a 49. I don't see it. Nah, I'm gonna have to stick with minus a 51. Okay, a minus a 51 for that. Let's go to our wonderful Greenland, where it's warm and green, right? Minus a 43, 44 so far. Let's go up here a little bit more and look. Minus a 43. What about in this spots? Cold, cold. No, no. Oh, 44. Zoom in on 44. There's a minus a 45. And let's see if we can find a minus a 46. 44. No, 45. Sweep across here. Minus a 45 is our coldest so far. And 45, where's that? 46, 44, 43, there's a 45, minus a 45. Okay. 42, 44, 45. Oh, minus a 45. I don't know. It's going to take me a bit to find that if it is in there, but I'm going to have to go with a minus a 45, and that's all I see there. I don't see anything colder. Minus a 45. Come on, 46, where are you? 44, 45. I don't see it. No. I think I'm going to have to live with a minus a 45 there for Greenland. Unless there's a miracle somewhere. And let's take a look at see what we've got in the Canadian Arctic, and see how chilly it is. And oh, that looks warmish. Minus a 43 so far. Oh, hang on, a 47. I see a minus a 47 right there. Okay, so minus a 47. Where else do we have temperatures? A minus a 47. Go over here. Minus a 47 so far. Let's take a look up north here. That looks pretty balmy right now. Big difference in temperatures from what it is now to what we had before. Big difference. A minus a 42, 43. Come on, secret spots here. 45. No, I'm not seeing it. 43. Oh, what do we got there? A minus a 38, a 41, 43. No, I'm not seeing anything colder there. That looks like pretty much it. So we had a minus a 47. Don't think there's going to be anything colder. Let's check up in these northern islands. Minus a 42, 43. And looks warmer there. What about in here? Minus a 42. Nope. See a minus a 43. What about over there? No, I'm going to live with that minus a 47 I found, wherever it was over here. And that'll be satisfactory, I think. It was pretty chilly for the Canadian North. So minus a 47, and let's see what else we had. Yeah, I'm gonna go find the cold spots there. Oh, what happened? Oh my God, we're melting. We're melting. It's almost gone. Our cold lands. Oh boy, this is running out of spaces here. Minus 40, 46, 45. Oh boy, it's almost gone. There's, hang on, I seen something cold in there. Let's go check along that river. There's minus 49. And let's see, do we have anything colder than a minus 49? What about over here? A minus 45. There's a minus 48. 48. We had 49 over here, so minus a 45. Let me zoom in a little bit, and that'll be a better. There's the 49 right in there. Minus a 48. Nope, that ain't gonna work. Minus a 46. 48 right there. $47. Nope, nope, nope. What about in the expanse here? Minus a 47 right there. 48 right there. So minus a 48 is the coldest I see so far. That is a balmy. Let's check some other areas. Minus a 44 right there. Let's zoom in on that area for a second. Minus a 45. So we got minus 48 and nothing out colder. 42. No, a 42. That ain't gonna do any good. What about on this side? Here in the mountains, no, minus a 37, that's no good. Let's see if we can find some other cold islands here. What about this area? Minus a 41, up that river, no. It's getting spotty is what it is, it really is. What about up here? Let's see, this looks cold. Minus a 40 something. I don't know, boy. I think I'm going to have to live with a minus a 48 that I found over here. That is about the coldest that we've got. 48. Nothing there. $47, $48. Let me just zoom in on that area, see if we can maybe sneak in a higher temperature or lower temperature there somewhere. Minus a 48. No, along that highway, 47, 45, 44, no, 43 on the other side, 47 right there, and 46, 44, 45, nope, nope, nope. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to live with a minus a 48 because that's all I see there. So, minus a 48 in Siberia. And that is, I think, yeah, it's a big difference. So, from what we seen yesterday in our temperatures, a huge, huge difference. And I think the cold is all gone to Canada. We see it up here on the other side. Up in the Arctic is where that cold seems to have disappeared to. But that is it. Oh, Sue found minus 52 in Siberia. We tied in the Arctic. She beat me by 1 in Greenland. And we tied in Antarctica. Okay, so yeah, you beat me, Sue. Again, you whipped me. That is the way it goes, I guess. Sue gets to have the trophy today. That is awesome. And let's see if we can get you back onto something. I was just checking to see if Kilauea was doing anything, but it looks like it's still still in the foggy clouds. We do have a bunny eating for those who need to know. And that is it for today. And wow, that is kind of a humdrum day. Anyway, I thank everyone for being here. Thank you for the moderators for being here. It's all good. Thank you for all the members of the Lava family. Thank you, everyone. I don't have any super chats to read back and no new members at all. So that's 2 days in a row. That's okay. And on that note, it's a time to wrap it up. So Russell says, thanks for another great show, Dr. Fox. Thank you. And all right, everyone, be good and take care of yourselves and stay kind. And yep, Sue doing the airdrop to the cold places. And Grenzed saying thanks, and you are welcome, you guys. And that goes for everyone who is a member and supporter of the stream, as well as the non-supporters. You're all part of that big, wonderful Lava family. So thank you for being here. We really do appreciate each and every one of you. And big thank you to our moderators, of course, Arizona Snowman resting a little bit, Piggy, who was in and out sleeping, and of course C&D boy has been hanging in there. Thanks, Bob. And then Gary 24/7 Live, he's at Skies possibly in the background, as well as our other mods like Lucas Snow and Joseph Fields, Texas. Thanks everyone for being here, and thank you to, like I said, the whole Lava family. And hopefully we'll see a little bit more support tomorrow and a few more people. I know and I do understand it's we just don't have any new lava, no new real happenings. That is kind of a downer sometimes. And when we get through the normal grind of all the volcanoes, we want to see new, fresh, hot lava flowing and stuff like that. It's always difficult to kind of have a show like this when we don't have those things happening, of course. And it's tough. And, for me, it's tough because I like new things. I don't like hashing over the same old stuff continuously. And so hopefully, and we'll keep our fingers crossed, hopefully we'll see something erupt somewhere that is going to be awesome and good and help us out with everything. And that would be great. What other stuff going on too? You had a new 7.1 and Balsted and Tajikistan, that area, and that is new, but we do really want to see some lava, and that's something I really want to see, is new lava flows, and that is what cranks us up. I mean, tectonic action, tectonic plates, and earthquakes. Earthquakes can be somewhat depressing, and when we talk about what happened in Turkey and Syria, we take a look at that, and it's heartbreaking to see over 4,700 or 47,000 people have perished in those things, and it really truly is heartbreaking, and it's one of those things. But I'd rather have lava stuff going on, and we like good volcanoes like Ragnar, where we see stuff going, and there will be new webcams to find. New volcanoes are coming online. Yep, Grenzed, I do agree, there will be. It's just a matter of time. and hopefully we'll see something soon, because I really want to see something soon. I'm being honest when I say I'm kind of, down in a downer here with not seeing some huge eruptions somewhere. And I don't want anyone getting hurt or anything, but I want to see big eruptions. So, in some safe place, like Fragata Fjell, let her rip, that kind of thing. And that's kind of what I want to see. I mean, the worst case is, so the fiber optic cable gets zapped. Not a biggie, but the rest of the life is carries on, right? So, anyway, enough of me griping. For those good people who are here, and if you haven't yet hit that like button, do consider hitting it on the way out. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Really do appreciate each and every one of you. And thank you for your awesome support. And be good, be kind, take care of yourselves. And again, thanks mods, and thanks Lava family. And hopefully we'll see everyone tomorrow. Fingers crossed that we'll get a new eruption somewhere. And on that friendly note, I do want to say, hey, please, don't ever forget, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, and oink oink.